Good morning. How's it going, everybody? Glad to be back. Well, I mean, I wasn't really gone. It's just Thursdays I have scheduling issues, so it's officially just my day off. Right? Keep it easy. Just get this mic sorted here. It's a bit weird. I have a little bit of a shitty mic stand, but it's okay. Okay, so what have I been doing? So actually yesterday, if we come over here to just get our time tracker going again, I actually did more work than I would on a typical day. So I'm still fiddling with this ragdoll problem, right? Yeah, 360. Yeah, and same with the day before. But yeah, 360-ish minutes. Right? So I spent about 6 hours yesterday. And I really wanted this death effect, right? To look and feel good, because I feel like it's important. So you might remember that I went down the rabbit hole of trying to get the ragdoll to work. But there's a lot of problems, right? So let me just show you what I have right now, and then maybe we can better understand why the ragdoll was giving me issues. Right. Well, you won't understand really because it's kind of dumb, but at least I can show you how it looks now. So let me show you how it looks now. Proper Duck Day Games. How's it going, man? What is was that Malinote? Oh, you mean this? No, this is Notion. How are you doing, man? How's it going? Okay. So anyway, so let's just get our tester here and spawn a couple of enemies. Okay, so there's a couple of problems. That the first one is the bombs just exploding in their face. I want to figure out why that's happening today. But anyway, so you'll see when they die now, they go flying backwards. They shrink and then they pop into a puff of smoke, and a bunch of coins pop out, right? So that's okay. That one's not great. Okay, so we have to fix that one a little bit. But that's kind of where we are right now. So we can show that again. Okay, so there's a couple of bugs, right? Okay, but that's the idea. Now, you'll see a few bugs right now. So one of them is, sometimes this happens, where we have invisible enemies, which I don't understand how that happens. So if we go to our objects and see if we can find... Oh, I'm doing well, Proper Duck Games, I'm doing well. Got some real good progress happening in my game. So you see, they are physically, technically, they are here. Right, because all the colliders and the calculations and all this stuff, you can see the little collider being drawn there, right? But then, where exactly the model fell through the floor somehow. So that's an issue. I don't understand this at all. Like, the scaling, it did scale itself back up, but somehow the body fell through the floor during that whole death animation and all that nonsense. And only the body fell through the floor, because the actual enemy itself, the actual rigid body and all that good stuff, is still up here on the level. Right here somewhere. You see? There's the enemy, but half of it fell through the floor. You always fall through the floor. This guy, that's unfortunate, right? Really sucks. Really. For you. Okay, so that's a weird bug that I have. Okay. But this is not really the big issue. Wait, did they just come back? They reset themselves. Okay, so they kind of jumped back. These are the type of bugs that give people gray hairs, because it's not just an error. It's a problem with the way things are happening in the game. You kind of need to now puzzle together why this is happening. Is there translation in the animation? There might be, yes. A lot of the animations do actually have that problem. But okay, so that's the one thing that's happening. And you might remember that I did the when I did my first build in a while 2 days ago. Oh, the level ended. So when I did my first build a few days ago, I had ragdolls enabled for my enemy, for the simple melee enemy. So after that stream and yesterday, I went and enabled ragdolls for all the characters. Right, which was kind of nice. However, if I wanted this effect of the character after they die, them shrinking, and then when they get super tiny, they just disappear into a puff of smoke and the coins pop out. Because I felt that was kind of a good way of getting rid of the bodies, right? The ragdoll breaks. And I did a lot of research, and it turns out Unity, specifically, it's not my fault, Unity does not like when you scale the parent, or if you scale anything that has joints as children. So, and that's exactly what I was doing, right? So I would take the enemy model, or just the main body, which is the visual of the enemy, right? And in code, I scaled this down. However, obviously, we have an armature in here, and the armature would have had joints, because that's how you... so like this upper leg had a joint, because that's how you get it to do the ragdoll. But the joint breaks. So it's kind of like it resets the anchor points for the joint, and apparently there are ways to do it to undo that resetting or something like that. I can't. It's a bit of a... You have to basically fight the automatic resetting or breaking of joints in code. So I tried that. I followed a little bit of a thing, but eventually it just it failed. So as far as I understand, if I like scale this main body, it scales everything within it. So the armature will scale as well. But joints, for some reason, their anchor points or something like that, they mess up. Look, I did a lot of... I even found a piece of code that is supposedly resetting the joints for you. It's a lot of extra computation, right? For not a lot of benefit. So the additional computation would obviously be I'd have to loop through all the joints, and reset their connected anchor points and blah blah blah. So I tested that, it didn't work. Then I tested it for one joint only. So I basically just tried to reset a single joint and see if it behaves better. But it just kept failing. So I'm not sure. But essentially it's a quirk of Unity that I have to like code out. But generally it's not advisable to scale a parent that contains joints as components of children, essentially. So scaling this is a bad idea if within it you have joints somewhere. That sounds like they even recommended using different types of joints. So you get a hinge joint or a character joint. Those are different. But in the end, that even didn't make a difference. Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, so that's what I'm leaning towards this guy currently. So I just went back to the normal death animation that I had. So I'll see if I'll just change the death animation to, you know, something that's not bad. That kind of looks good. And then maybe in the future we can add more animations and make it more better. But it's what it is, right? This is anyway. I mean the ragdoll is quite expensive, right? Yeah. Yeah, so actually, what I think I'm going to do today, first of all, is I'm going to go through and actually remove all the joints and rigid bodies, because I'm not sure whether they might be still interfering somehow. And I mean, if they are, it's better to just get rid of them, right? I mean, I'm not using them, so what's the point of having them? So let's just remove all of these components and then not worry about them anymore. Yeah, they won't say that. They probably won't even notice. Like, I literally went yesterday and I played I have a bunch of these survivor-like games, right? Some of them I just have a demo for. Just to get an idea how people handle, you know, the character deaths, the enemy deaths. And a lot of them just do a little pop animation, like just a slimy pop or a bloody pop or whatever. There's no actual movement. And some of them just do a basic death animation. Then they have like a dissolve shader. I also built a dissolve shader yesterday, and tried applying that to my characters, but that ended up not working. So this is the dissolve shader. I'm not entirely sure why it failed. I think it's got something to do with the way the material is applied to the characters currently. Because it's supposed to gradually fade the character. But I think, yeah, there's something with the material that's currently... So I obviously had to Well, not obviously. I had to modify this one. But when I did that, they would kind of disappear in chunks, which was weird. So I didn't like how it looked, so I ended up removing the shader anyway. But yeah, that was another thing that I could do. And it honestly, it didn't look as good as the little puff of smoke after they shrink into nothingness. I like the puff of smoke. I think it is looking the best currently. Okay, so get rid of those. So now the lizard shouldn't have any unnecessary colliders. So we can just check collider. Okay, the spear has one, but I think I disable that anyway. So yeah, collider, rigid. Huh? What's happening here? Rigid body. Okay, we only have one. Okay, cool. So sorted. Okay, and the enemy animator. Let's just make sure this thing works. I think I do. No, it's not in this. No, it is. No, it is, yeah. Local position must be vector 3.0. Okay. So that's okay. Let's go to the frog and do the same thing. So we have our upper legs, our upper arms. They are all capsule colliders, so we can remove them at the same time. It feels so bad to undo all this work. But hey. Sometimes that's how it goes, right? One step forward, two steps back. And then we can continue from there. And now, obviously, I don't have to worry about the performance issues. Because without those, I won't have performance problems. We did at least fix all our models, which is nice. Okay. There's also some code that I'm gonna have to reset. Okay, enemy model, main body, commander dragon. Let's get in here. Okay, so I believe the arms and upper legs. Yeah, they all have joints. Let's get rid of those. Remove. And then the head. Okay. Yeah, remove. Remove. Back. Make it simpler. And then that's just the pelvis. Okay, I don't think I remember playing with the tail, but I think I undid that. Yeah. The tail doesn't do anything. Okay, now if we go even further and we look at our ragdoll script, it's now inappropriately called ragdoll. It still does a lot of stuff for us though. But there's a lot of code in here that's kind of pointless now. So let's look at it. So this renderer stuff, that was for when I was doing the the dissolve effect. So we can get rid of that. We can get rid of this dissolve. Let's see what it would dissolve strength. That doesn't make any sense anymore. Scale and all that good stuff can stay there. Force. Do I use force like this? I don't. Yeah, I don't really use it. Okay, so we don't need limbs anymore. Enemy data animator, we actually don't need that. Enemy take damage. We might still need that one. Okay, main body transform. Okay, I grabbed that with the animator. That's kind of dumb, so let's not do that. We'll just put a serialized field for the main. Yeah. We'll just make this serialized field. Main. Okay, there we go. Okay, then we don't need this because we know what the transform is. So we can get rid of that. We don't need the renderer stuff. Okay, this is just to remember what the scale is of the main body when we start. Okay, we don't need to do any of this stuff with the colliders or any of that. Dissolve. We can get rid of this. We can get rid of this. Really gutting this code anyway. It's okay. Okay, I might want to change this as well, but we'll see. Okay, apply force to body. Okay, that was for the limb. I could still do it. This was to give it an upwards force, but yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Okay, this stop jiggle stuff is not required. So I can get rid of that, get rid of that. And I kind of want to rework how this works. Okay, I want a sound effect there still, so that's fine. We'll do that. Okay, so currently one of the issues we still have here, we can fix this up as well. Okay, so when the enemy takes damage, right? I have this event that I can listen to, and I basically get from the event the push direction and the push force, right? So the push direction just tells me, where the damage source is. So that's important because, sometimes you might be doing damage from behind an enemy. This is specifically the case with the owl, because the point of impact of the fireball is not necessarily the point at which the player is, right? So I can't just always use the player position to calculate the push direction, okay? But anyway, so let's say the fireball explodes behind you, it'll push the enemies forward, right, towards you. But anyway, so that's what we get from this on God hit. Now, there's one other issue, and that is that we don't necessarily get hit when we die, right? Because obviously we check for hits, and then if you've died, we do this. But sometimes you get hit, and or sometimes you lose health and you die without getting hit. And when that happens, we kind of have an issue, because then we can't have, well, we don't run the explode function. Right, so we have to think about how we want to do this now. Because the explode function currently is obviously the little poof, and then it releases the coin. So we still want that to happen. I also want to kind of fix up all my timers here in update. So if we can't make this a little bit more readable. Yeah. Yeah, so one thing we might want to do, instead of just making the push timer go down, we maybe make it go up. And then we have to, yeah, unenable push timer is 0. Okay, we have a boolean. So what we could do is, yeah, we don't need this. So on enable, the push timer is 0. When push is true, we start pushing the character, right? So if we are not pushing, just don't do anything. Okay. Now we can think about this. So if the push timer is less than 1 second, we want, so for 1 second, we push the enemy into some direction. Right, so we transform dot position delta time with the push force, and our push timer is now going up. Then at some point, so I would say this is when the push timer is greater. Okay, wait a minute. So we push him actually for 1.5 seconds, yeah. So we push him for 1.5 seconds, so he's moving for 1.5 seconds. For the last 0.5 seconds, so when push time is greater than 1, our push force is actually being reduced as well. Okay, so our push force goes down. Okay, so that makes sense. Okay, now if we get to a point where our push timer is greater than 1.5, right? So let's think about that. So we'll do this stuff over here. Well, technically, if we're still doing this stuff, we could just return over here, right? Okay, then we can look at this. So over here, we want our push timer less than, let's say, 3. Yeah, and we wanna make this work with the with the death timer. Okay, so let's see what we did here. So if the push timer is still less than 3 seconds, so now we skip over this one. We come here instead, right? Because it's more than 1.5. But it's still less than 3. What do we do then? Well, if push timer is greater than 0.9, okay, so what exactly was the idea here? So this is when it's less than, I guess, 2.5 seconds. Essentially, right? So if it's less than 2.5 seconds, we still increment it, right? Our scale will now go down until our scale reaches 0.01. Okay, if push timer reaches a point where it's greater than... Yeah, okay. A lot of this is kind of dumb. So let's get rid of this part. Okay, so when do we want the explosion poof to happen? So I think that's at 2 seconds, actually. Okay, so let's think about this. So our push timer is not 2.5 seconds anymore. So that means, oh, well, it's less than 2.5 seconds. So there's 1 second between these two. So it will scale the body down to some point, and as soon as we get to 2 seconds, it'll explode. Now, what would be the point coming back here after exploding? There's not really a lot of point to this, so I could actually just get rid of this entirely, right? So we just do some more things if this is not the case. So after the first 1.5 seconds of just moving about, we continue with the push timer, right? And in fact, we could just have the push timer be incremented over there instead and not incremented here as well, right? That would make more sense. So right now we have the push timer being incremented because push is true. Okay. And if we are below 1.5 seconds, we just do this, which is just moving the body. And we return after that. Now, once we get above this, we stop moving the body and we start scaling our body instead, right? So now the scaling is happening. If the scale is greater than that, so we don't want to scale it negatively on accident, so we just check that. Okay. And then if we get to a point where we actually exceed 2 seconds of pushing and we haven't exploded, then we explode. And once you've exploded, push becomes false, which means none of this will be running anymore. This is much cleaner. Okay, and then we drop our coins. Okay. So the next thing we should try and add here is a way of detecting whether when our health has reached 0. But it wasn't from a hit. Right, so this is a little bit complicated. Because, yeah, who knows which one of these two is going to go off first. So we can't do something like, oh, that's simple. We can just check if we got hit when our health reduced to 0. But yeah, there's no guarantee that these two will happen sequentially. So it might be that this one will happen first when our health reduces to 0, and then only does it actually figure out, oh wait, we actually got hit. That's how it happened, right? So then we need to figure out a way to have the game know which damage source reduced the health to 0. And that's a little bit complicated. So our damage sources are essentially going to be status effects or attacks, right? An attack will always essentially result in a push force and direction. But a status effect might not because it's damage over time. Right, so let's see if we can't figure out maybe we have to plug into our status effect instead. So here we have our status effect. Alright. And on status effect, tick event. Okay. So we have all our poisons and all this good stuff. Yes, this is ridiculously complicated. Don't know why I did it like this, but I did. Okay, so obviously we have tick events. So if we just look at the fire event, for instance, on effect tick, invoke, on status. So status effect damage is equal to the status effect damage, right? So we get the damage from the status effect. Now, sometimes, I guess... Let's see. So this is an on tick. The stun doesn't do this because it doesn't have tick damage. The bleed does, and the poison does. Okay. Okay, so let's see where this is referenced. So in the status effect manager, and then in the enemy manager as well. So on status effect tick. Okay, so this is how we lose health with the status effect. Yeah, I think so. If I brought this into this function, so if essentially the oh, we could do that. So what if we just had a function here, or a function inside of our ragdoll? Yeah, so since this is now a thing that just is everywhere, we could basically have a public ragdoll. Okay, I'm not a fan of the naming here, but that's what we have right now. So we can go to our ragdoll script and we can just have, you know, a public void start ragdoll effect, or whatever you want to call it, right? And what we need here is a float for damage, and we need a float for push. Well, no, not push force, and not a float, actually. We need a damage source. Yeah, so that's a transform. Damage source. Okay, so we do something like that, and essentially when this is called, we can do this. Instead of listening to these events, we just do something like that instead. So we don't need this. All right. So we're not using events anymore. We're using that instead. So just plugging it straight in. So start ragdoll effect. So we don't need this e.damage source or e.damage. Right, so we just get the damage source and the damage. Okay, now we'll probably have to fix this a little bit. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so what we have to do here is we could do ragdoll. Oh, no. Now we need to think about this. So, okay, so stun on status effect tick and on got hit, right? So right here, We can either do this in the death function or we can do it here. I think I'm going to do it here because then I have access. So we can do death and we can do ragdoll dot. What did I call this? Start ragdoll effect, right? Okay, nice. Okay, so essentially what we want to do here is e dot damage first, and then e dot damage source. Okay, so for that one, it's quite straightforward because that would essentially work the same way. Now over here, we want the status effect damage, and our damage for source is just transform. So it is itself. Okay. So let's see how we can now pass this inside of ragdoll, right? So what we want to do, technically we don't need to check for the health, right? That would have been managed by the enemy manager, so that's fine. Okay, so let's see. So we could calculate a push direction, that's fine, and we can calculate a push force, theoretically. And we can set push to true, right? Push being true means that the timer goes off and we can get to has exploded eventually. Okay. Now, that sounds okay. So let's just think about the force. So if the damage source... yeah, you know what? Okay, so let's see. So the functions are ran. And we can do if damage source is just equal to transform, right? So if our damage source is just our self, all we really want to do is something like this, where okay, so basically what we do is this is just going to be vector 3.0, right? We don't push in any direction. And the force is just going to be 0f. And push will be true. And then we return. Right, but if the damage source is anything other than ourselves, we could do this instead. Okay, so essentially what's going to happen there is, let's see. So we're going to go to push. Our timer is going to start. We're going to transform with the push direction and all that good stuff. That's not really going to do anything, right? Because the push direction is a vector.0 and push force is also 0. So this just doesn't do anything. And then if our push time is greater than 1, we're going to try and reduce our push force, again multiplying by 0, so it's not going to do anything. Okay, but eventually we're going to get past this, and then we'll scale the body down. That will work. Then we'll explode. That will work. Okay, so I think that's good. Okay, so it comes from the enemy manager instead, and basically because the enemy manager can easily get these two things to work together, and then just send it off to the ragdoll, which is now an inappropriately named script, but honestly, I don't know what to name it, so it's gonna stay that. Okay, shall we test it out? So we've changed quite a lot of stuff. So that whole script is now different. We can just pop it in there so it'll know. Main body transform. I could just get that. It should be fine, because I use the same main body for each enemy. Right, we can check if everything got set properly. Yes. I mean, it should have set properly, right? Yes, it's crazy how much stuff I've done. Like, looking back at this, I'm like, what the hell? Who wrote all this code for this enemy? This is ridiculous. Okay. Okay, let's get rid of these runes because they're just gonna be in the way. Let's play the game and see how this goes. Okay, we'll just grab that one and we'll do test spawner. I should put this thing higher up, but anyway, it's fine. So I spawn a bunch of enemies. Okay, so nothing weird's happening. Ah, look at that. They also don't... Okay, so I think I know why they were throwing the bombs into the back of their heads, because I had a collider there. Okay, but they still fly back and they pop. Okay, now let's see if we get all 10 of the frogs back in here. If any of them do weird things. Okay, let's just do a count. Everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So I think that was also because... So the body was able to fall because it had a rigid body attached to it that could be affected by gravity. But now all of that nonsense has been removed. So all of these only have their main rigid body, which is not going to detach from itself and fall through the floor. Okay, so this is quite an improvement already. Okay, let's see if we can't... Let's get 100 little enemies in here. Yeah, just the fact that they fly back is like 90% of the goodness that I experienced from the ragdoll, right? It's not necessarily even the ragdoll effect with them, you know, swirling around and all that stuff. I think just having them fly backwards is pretty much 90% of the thing, so... okay, let's see if we do a backflip. So that would now poison a bunch of them. They should die from the poison. Damn, that was a lot of them dying from the poison. Yeah, so they die from the poison and they go up in smoke. That's perfect. Okay, let's die. And let's get the chicken in here, why not? There we go. So what we could do now, if we really wanted to get this polished, right, is we could have a look at the animation. And so for instance, right, when I hit them, they go sliding a little bit, which is not terrible, but it is a little bit weird, right? So what we could do is maybe check the timing on the death animation. Oh wow, I actually ended the level. We could check the timing on the death animation and then use that to make the push duration shorter. So shorten the push duration So it's not... Like, they'll still fly further away depending on your damage, but they won't fly... They won't continue sliding for so long. Because the animation time is short. Okay, but this looks pretty good. I like the little smoke puffs that go off when they die. And the coins falling out. It also solves another problem for me. So normally when they died on top of you and the coins were spawned in, it obviously meant that the coins were immediately picked up, so you never had the satisfaction of this at the end. So now that the coins fly a bit further, you can actually go and, experience that coin pickup thing at the end. I don't know why, but it seems like this thing is not slowing me down. That is interesting. So did I somehow break the totems? Huh. Yo, some random wallaby. How's it going, man? Okay. I'm doing well, thanks. Some conservation of energy. What do you mean, like with the that sliding? It is a little bit weird right now, hey. I agree with you. Yeah, so that definitely I think we should change. Yeah, they go way too far. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna go very far. You reckon we want pushback on the flamethrower? You think? I'm not too sure about the flamethrower because it's not. It's a bit awkward, right? The flamethrower. I feel like it's. But I guess what I mean, I see what you're saying. Like the flamethrower effect feels quite powerful, right? It's this massive jet of fire shooting out of the staff, but it's not actually affecting them physically, apart from lighting them on fire, obviously. But yeah. I wanted to look at like a physical reaction. Movement matches the size of the object. I guess. Are you talking about the flamethrower specifically? Or are you talking about the knockback effect? Because I agree with you with the knockback effect, actually. I was thinking about something like that. Oh, we could make it that when they are in the flamethrower they go a bit slower or something like that, maybe. It's a little bit it's a difficult one, the flamethrower. But I see what you're saying. I think that's a good idea. I don't think it's necessary to do that right now. And my reasoning is that, I'm getting the demo ready. I want the demo to go live soon. So that is absolutely something I will do, I think, later. Because it does help with the immersion, right? But if I see something that's obviously wrong, like the one thing that I can see now that's obviously not correct is this. The death animation has a, let's see, death. So this, yeah, so the whole animation length is a second. Right, so if we have our push force applied, let's go see, where do I do that again? Oh, in this ragdoll, in the script that does it. So yeah, so this pushing of the enemy, so we should make it last for 1 second, and we should start the decay after 0.5 seconds in. Yeah. This decay rate essentially gets the push force down to 0 in half a second always. So this should be better. So we'll see now. The other thing, like I kind of do it for the damage, right? So the push force is higher the higher damage you have. So characters that have super high damage attacks generally push the enemies much more than other characters. I could use lerp or slurp with a fixed time. I mean, I could, but isn't this just the same thing essentially? I haven't used lerp or slurp that much at all. So I kind of just, sue me. This is what I know how to do. This makes sense. I haven't used lerp or slurp, I think, at all for anything yet. And I'm not going to try and use it now. But lerp and slurp is just linear interpolation. This is linear interpolation. This is literally what it is. And I'm a professional at writing these functions now, so I'll just do that. It's fine. Okay. Okay, so we can go see what that feels like. But yeah, okay. So I already know of another one that's a problem. So this animation for death is pretty good, right? Because they like flop backwards and it's satisfying, right? And they get pushed backwards, right? So this makes a lot of sense to me. The one that doesn't make a lot of sense to me is the Komodo dragon. So if we look at the Komodo dragon, right, he dies differently. Let's go check his death animation. Where are you, Komodo dragon? Why can't I see you? Okay, so what do you do when you die? He goes like down on his knees and falls to his face. Which isn't necessarily bad, right? But it's bad when he's flying backwards as well. Like if you're applying a force to him while he's doing that, it kind of looks weird. The duration using your code isn't predictable. Not hard to... You reckon? So what we could do, you know what we could do? We could give each enemy a weight, right? And then the amount of pushback could be reduced by the amount of weight the enemy has. And we can make it so that the Komodo dragon is essentially too heavy to really just go and fly backwards when he dies. So he still does this death animation where he stood. Because like you didn't hit this guy that hard that he goes flying backward. But the tiny little enemies, I think they can go fly backwards. Yeah, we can also just use a different death animation. Yeah, we probably have a few other death animations. I don't know them all. Okay, but I kind of like the idea of having weight associated with the character. So what we could do is, in our ragdoll script, we could plug in weight or mass or something like that. So let's think about this. So this would be a serialized field, obviously. If we want to plug it into the inspector. Weight. Private float weight. Right, so let's try something like this. Private float weight. Now, when we calculate our push force, okay, so we clamp it between 1 and 15, because otherwise it gets a little bit ridiculous. But we basically use our damage. Maybe we should clamp it between 0 and 15. And then maybe this should become damage minus weight. Okay, so there might be a point at which you could actually push. Okay, so maybe not damage minus weight. Maybe we clamp it first. And then we subtract weight. That also doesn't feel right. Clamp damage multiplied by weight. Oh, so you want weight to be a... I was thinking weight is a number. It's like if you give the... you want to make it a factor. Okay, so what we could do... Okay, so the reason I don't want to put the... I don't want to do damage minus weight necessarily is because some of the character, let's say I make the weight 100, but you somehow manage to get your character to do 110 damage, which is not impossible, but what that would mean is you can then actually get a push force out here of 10. Yeah, it's kind of annoying because it's just because of this one animation. If I think about it, so if I did it like this, I think it's actually kind of nice that when you do a ridiculous amount of damage, you can even move some of the most heavy characters, right? And I kind of like that, which means maybe I keep that in, and then I rather change this animation so it's not, terrible. Because he falls in slow motion, which is not going to work, essentially, right? So we could go check out some of our other animations. So we can obviously use the same animation we have. For the small enemy. Right, so we can also make them essentially jump a little bit backwards and fall on their face. The same as this enemy does. Right, we could do this. It's a little bit weird because the spear holding thing. But he just won't have a spear. You won't even notice. Do they have a defined mass? I did define their mass briefly. But it doesn't really do much, to be honest with you. I went through a whole ragdoll stage a moment ago, right? And I needed that, and there were forces and all these things involved, but that was now stripped. So technically, yes, they do still have a mass or whatever on their physics components, but it's not really anything that I use anymore. So on the rigid body, yeah. So this one has a mass of 20. But I set that up because of the ragdolls. But yeah. We have quite a few other animations, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to use this one because I know it, I can see it, and it looks okay. So we'll grab the Komodo dragon, go into animator, open up the death animation, and we'll just, yeah, okay, this is a problem. Okay, so we can't do that because that's bad. We'll just steal the animation from the not that one, the simple melee enemy. Yeah. Boom. There we go. So now, if I play the death animation again on this guy, death. No, man. I'm pretty sure I just changed it. What did I just change? Oh, jeez. I was in somebody else's animation. Oh, my word. Okay, let's try this again. Death animation. Boom. Okay, he's now a little bit broken. It's good enough, right? Yes, smaller monsters should go further. That's why I put the weight in. So that is the idea. This animation is still a little bit overboard, maybe. I don't know if I'm a fan at the moment. But let's say, okay, so let's say the Komodo has a weight of like, I don't know, 50. So only when you do more than 50 damage will he actually move. Then the frog, he's quite hefty as well, but not that hefty, right? The Komodo dragon is pure muscle. This one, let's make it like 25. And then I actually don't want the simple enemy, the small guy, to have any weight. I'm just going to give it 0. All right. So he always gets pushed back the full amount. Okay, let's see. Can spawn. Okay, let's just start with 20 small enemies. So we should still have the same effect. Yeah. Okay, wait. I haven't been paying attention. Let's see. Okay, so they just skid a little bit more once they lie on their stomachs. Okay. That seems fine. Okay, so they also do their whole skid thing. And now the Komodo dragon has got a massive weight, so he shouldn't go very far. And he didn't. Okay. And if we, for instance, spawn in a bunch of frogs, we do a backflip, they should die from the poison. Or maybe not. No, I don't do enough poison damage. Okay, yeah, but you can see, like, the ranger does a ton of damage right now, so she's always going to be hitting it out of the park. Let's let her die. Okay, so let's take the chicken, because he does little damage. Oh, come on. Okay, so they're not flying very far. Okay, but that's fine. That's what we want. Let's get a couple of frogs in here. So he should not be able to push the frogs back in any real way, right? Because he only does 6 damage. Like, he can kill them, but they are just gonna essentially... you see, that also looks kind of bad. They should have a minimum of 1, I think. And now, you know, this Komodo dragon, if he does the flying backwards, yeah, that animation is a little bit overboard, right? Yeah. Yeah, random wallaby. I see what you're saying. But I did do that, so it is set up. It's right here. So this just linearly... well, no, it's actually not a linear function, this, right? This is an exponential. But I do reduce the push force down from whatever it was to 0 after 0.5 seconds. Which is my friction. Also, what did I see? Okay, so it looks bad when I clamp this between 0 and 15. I think I'm going to clamp it between 1 so that everything gets a slight push. Because the slight push, I think, looks better. Especially with somebody that doesn't do enough damage to realistically push them. So if you look at this now, with the new weight added, right? I mean, this stuff is cool, but like I literally had to. So yesterday I went because it was bugging me the way I want to despawn my enemies. And I realized that I've never thought about it for any other game I've played of this type. Right? I haven't noticed how they actually despawn and, you know, how enemies die, how that whole sequence of event actually takes place. So I went and I played a bunch of games, right? I played, what are they called? So there's Spell Brigade, Soulstone Survivors, Vampire Survivors, Rotator. I went and played those 4 games, and I just looked specifically at what they do to despawn enemies. And for some of those, it was the first time noticing. Because I never looked at it, right? Because It's one of those details that you as the developer can sink a lot of time in. And then your players just, they don't give a... you know, they just play the game. They're like... They might notice the little smoke puff that comes out when they die. But like exactly how far they skid and stuff like that, most people just not even notice. Oh, yeah, no, what's happening? Yeah, I'm falling through the ground. Okay, so let's see the frogs. So they should at least have some amount of backwards pushing. I mean, it's not a lot, but it's okay. Yeah, I tried a dissolve effect. I tried sinking them into the ground. At the end of the day, this shrinking and little puff of smoke actually just looked the best. Okay, so if we get a couple of Komodo dragons in here, obviously they're not gonna fly very far when they die. Yeah, it's a little dramatic. We could maybe fix it one day, but for now, everybody has the same death animation. Which is fine. Yeah, I guess it's like... Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like when they are... If they're not obviously terrible, people don't notice them. If they are terrible, people notice. Okay, let's play the actual game a little bit and see what all of this comes out as. So I think once you're in the game and there's a lot of stuff happening, you're probably just not going to even notice half of what I just tweaked, but that's okay. So let's do... maybe I should unlock a few things at least. So that everybody can at least watch the game. Okay. Like, yeah, so now the spawn in animation is my next problem, right? Would we agree? But yeah, look, if there's so many enemies on top of one another, you don't even feel or see the effects, really. But yeah, we should definitely work on the spawning in animation, because I think that's now the next issue. I just don't know how I want to do that, to be honest. Oh, I forgot to decrease the first level time. I think the little smoke puffs are cool. Yeah. So the death animation looks better now, or the death whole sequence looks better, and now it's the spawning that's the problem. Yeah, this is never gonna end. But the knight is purpose-built for beating down small lizards. He just doesn't have a lot of stamina, right? That's a bit of a problem. His stamina's gonna run out. Let's stand in a corner where they can't hit me from behind. Oh no, they can actually go out of the level. Oh no, I ran out of stamina and I died. Okay, we'll get the ranger to finish this up. I should have made the first level shorter. Yeah. Yeah, I think the puff is good, hey? I think I made the right choice with the puff. I like the puff. Okay, let's get some damage, attack speed. What do we want here? Critical damage. Not that I use that very often, but anyway. Because I don't have any critical chance. on the chicken, but it's what it is. Damn, I got so many levels. And I'm getting some ridiculously... Ooh, 3 damage. That's nice. I will take that. Let's take some passive strength and some more attack speed. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to do this for every character. I should also change the levels. I feel like I level up way too much. Like, everybody... Like, I just leveled up like 45 levels in the first round. Now, granted, it was way too long, right? It's not supposed to be that long. But still, I leveled up 45 times, which is a few levels too many, to be honest, because who's going to keep track of 45 levels? Like, you don't want to play one round and then have to level up 45 times. That's unnecessary. Okay, now that worked. This totem is a funny one. Sometimes it reduces your attacks, your movement speed, and other times it doesn't. But strange. There we go. Yeah. So certain characters are more mobile. So currently the Ranger is a mobile character. You saw the backflips, right? And the Ninja is also quite mobile. So we can... Let's give this to the Ninja. So we can play with the Ninja now. And then you'll see... Okay, you guys just sit in the chairs. It's fine. So he's got a little bit of a different type of movement thing going for him. Okay, I haven't leveled up his damage. Okay, so he does this. So he does a little swiping dash thing, and he causes a bleed effect on everything he passes through. He also does damage. So he does damage that scales with his normal attack damage. It's like 30% of his normal attack damage as he flies through. But then he applies a bleed effect, so you'll notice the red and all the squirting blood. Oh. Yeah, let's give him some more damage. And then our unmobile, anti-mobile characters will be the chicken and the wizard. Or the knight and the wizard, right? So, damn, I forgot to put them in there. But typically, I think in terms of damage, I also want to change that flamethrower a little bit. But yeah, we've discussed that. What I want to do is I kind of want to limit the range of motion when you're firing the flamethrower. Because I don't think this is the intended use, right? So this just spinning around thing that I do. It's good, like it does a lot to clear out the level, but I don't think I want to do it that way. I still have bleed effects going. Okay, so that's probably an issue with my pooling. So it's not clearing the effects when they died or something. At some point the effects weren't cleared. That's what I'm saying. I need to go check why that happens. Yeah. It doesn't seem like they're taking damage, but the effect itself is still there. Hammerwatch. I don't actually know that game. Okay, so you had like a chain that you can use to... I guess you throw it at a wall and then it attaches and then you can pull yourself towards it or something like that. Well, that's the idea. Yeah, I've had this problem with the slow characters quite a lot. So back in the early days of development, the levels were quite massive. And the way enemies spawned were different. So I had a bunch of camps, and you had to go find the camps and destroy the totems at the camp to disable the spawn. But essentially what that meant was the best strategy would be to go as fast as you can and destroy the totems immediately. Right? Oh, okay. Like a dungeon crawler. Cool. But yeah, so I had this problem where the movement speed was the only stat that really mattered. Because if you couldn't get to all the spawned camps quick enough, you get overrun. Right? You needed to get to them to disable them like quick. Oh, let's upgrade our spore. Let's go. Nice spore. Let's go. Ah. Okay, I also need to fix this UI. Like, if I get stuck like this in the UI, imagine somebody that didn't develop the game. Okay, so now we also have enemies that are still burning. Okay, so I need to... find a better way to get rid of these status effects. I don't understand why they don't get rid of them, but I'm pretty sure I did this correctly, but apparently I did not. Run, little bird! It's a blue one. Got it. Okay, we're definitely losing a couple of frames. I can feel the frames. Yes, so we just litter coins everywhere. Okay, but that's specifically because the Ranger is an overpowered character at the moment. She's got scavenging of 510%, which means she gets way more coin drops than anybody else would. Okay, let's see what we got. Anything interesting? These runes are kind of terrible. I need to fix them. But I do see a Bloodwing Sigil. Reduces max health and regen, but gives you a lot of damage and health steal. Let's give it to the chicken. See what he can do. This is good for the chicken? No. This one, armor, reduces attack speed, critical chance, life steal. I mean, that's kind of done. Then we just get rid of the lifesteal we just got. But we get some health back. Maybe we go with this one. Then we get a lot of armor. We still have a high damage. Okay, but now we have no way of healing the chicken apart from the spa. The spa is the only place that'll heal the chicken now. Okay, this one gives us a lot of luck in exchange for durability, essentially. The duck doesn't matter. Or doesn't care. He does matter, he just doesn't care. Okay, this one gives us critical chance and damage at the cost of luck and maximum health. Let's give it to the duck. Okay, so this is kind of now how you're supposed to be playing the game, right? Actually using these items and then getting the rooms going. So since I know the duck has very low maximum health at the moment, he should go to the gym. The gym is a place to increase your maximum health. Okay, the owl, let's go put you on a Stairmaster so your stamina can go a bit up. And let's play with the chicken. I want to see what he does with those runes. I want to feel how it feels. Okay, so he still has a lot of attack speed, and he does a lot of damage now. Yeah, so even the heavier characters can get hit around now. Or can get, damn. But the amount of frogs that are spawning in here is a bit of a problem. Damn! Yeah, the frog spawn rate's ridiculous. I think I want a different type of ranged enemy. The frogs are just too oppressive. So I played... I also checked how other games handle these AoE type enemies yesterday. So the first thing they do is they have a way less of them. Because that makes sense. I mean, they are a bit rough. Let's see, dodge and movement speed. Let's give this to the duck. Yeah, so that's one of the first things they do, is they get rid of the sheer quantities, so you never have as many. And then the projectiles move a lot slower. And there's normally a warning circle. My projectiles are quite fast. I don't have a warning circle, and I have way too many frogs. I have all the bad things. Okay, let's see. Is any of these going to help me at all? Luck is the only stat that really matters after those runes now, so we'll just take luck then. Okay, so if we check this out, so the status of our characters, essentially he won't be able to last another round because he only has 40 stamina. Okay, our owl is completely tired out because he was on the Stairmaster, and our duck is tired out because he was in the weight section of the gym. So only the robin can realistically do anything. The rest of them need to go rest. So we'll put the chicken in the spa. We'll put the duck. The duck can go into the... Yeah, they can go rest over there. And Robin, it's up to you, my friend. Unfortunately, you're completely overpowered, so it's fine. You can do this. Oh, come on! Yeah, no, these frogs get a little bit ridiculous. But this is looking like a game now. I almost don't even notice the spawning anymore. But I do know it's a thing, so we need to figure out how we want to spawn in the characters. Oh, I actually almost died. Ah, okay. That is interesting. Let's get some health regen. You can get some max health. Some more passive strength. I mean, lifesteal? Okay, what do we have to work with here? Okay, most of our characters are kind of okay, except for this bird. Yeah, the rest of them are not too bad. Let's take the chicken out. Let's just put you... You can go to the gym. You can also go to the gym. This metagame, you mean this whole putting characters in places where they can recover and all that stuff. It's like a small game inside of the game to try and manage your resources. Yeah. I think it's kind of cool. I think it adds something to the game which you don't find in many other roguelikes. Obviously there are some that has something like that, but I wanted to keep it simplistic though and make it not as intrusive. This is just dumb. How the hell have I not died yet to all these frogs? Oh, it's because I have 1,000,000 armor. I take tiny amounts of damage. Get cut down. Now, you see, this is why the knight's good. It's like you can bombard me all you want. Yeah, but the bombs are too... The bombs are just too much. The one thing I don't like about bombs, because they're fast moving, they tend to go off on top of your character a lot. And that obviously has the negative effect of making it impossible to see your character a lot of the time. Hey, This is some hard. This is a hard battle. That chicken will do it, I think. I hope. He has a lot of damage, so he's clearing these guys, no problem. That's some proper carnage right there. Kinda like it. Give him some wisdom, some more passive strength. Let's go. Ooh, movement speed. That's gonna help. That's gonna help quite a bit. Okay, what do we have here? Get rid of armor for wisdom and passive strength. Okay, so the idea with this specific rune is to basically sacrifice a character, but have them supply you with a lot of passive benefits. Because the passive strength goes up, and they get a lot of wisdom, which means they can still level up quite a bit. But you sacrifice a lot of damage and armor, so they might be completely useless in combat. So we could do this with the owl, for instance. So now the owl really cannot be taken into combat anymore, because the armor is negative 200, which means he'll take more damage. The damage is negative 70, so he doesn't actually do any damage. Well, he still has his spell, right? So he can still use the flamethrower, but that's effectively it. But now his passive strength is very good. And he still has a bunch of wisdom, so he'll still gain enough levels. Okay, what else do we have here? Armor for dodge, chance, and movement speed. I mean, we're committing to that with the duck, I guess. This one takes away attack speed, gives you more armor. I think we make a super tanky knight. That makes sense to me. So essentially, the owl is now relegated to a chair forever. What is the frame rate? I wasn't checking. Okay, you just have to go to the spa now. You in terrible condition. We'll let the duck... Ah, damn. It's back to the robin, I guess. I mean, the robin is overpowered, right? She is broken. I intentionally made her this strong because she's my test character. About 34. Okay. Look, it's probably the couple of million enemies that are on the level, all doing their nav mesh thing and a bunch of calculations. I know, yeah, like one of the big problems with these types of games normally is just doing all the calculations for the characters. So that is probably the problem. Yeah. Look, if I run it, so we did it. Did I die? Oh shit, I died. So I did a test a couple of days ago. I'm using mesh gliders for some things. So Unity doesn't allow you to use a mesh glider on anything that moves. So I use them on some of the static things here and there. And then everything else is essentially a capsule. I didn't think I was going to die. I felt very confident. Okay, so even my strongest character can't keep up. So now we have a choice. We can get the duck out there. He's got at least some stamina. We kind of know the owl won't be able to do this. Oh yeah, we can use super low poly meshes, that's true. Yeah, but there's a lot of physics calculations. I would have to do some kind of a check on the... I think we have, if I remember correctly, somewhere here, I saw there's an analysis thing. Where did I see that? Window? Analysis profile. I think I have to do this, right? I need to run a profiler. Because that tells you which functions specifically are causing... which ones are specifically costing you a lot of milliseconds on the frames. Okay. I think I'm going to keep the chicken nice and fresh. So I'm going to keep him in the spa so he can relax a little bit more. Let's try the duck. Yeah, I mean, it's fine, right? For development, it's not... The frames are not important for me right now. It's more important to find out what is causing frame drops. It might be some loop that I have somewhere that's not ideal. It might really be something like that. Because I have a lot of... Ooh, yes. Okay, I need to get out of here. Wow, the duck is super fast. Whoa! Okay, those items are... Okay, I don't know if I can actually go and face these enemies, though. Okay, we'll just do a slice through them like that. The duck is damn fast. But yeah, apart from being fast, he does some decent damage as well, I guess. Oh yeah, I got stuck on a rock. I made it. Okay, let's see. Attack speed for the Robin, why not? More damage. More lifesteal, I guess. It doesn't really matter what I give you. 15 armor. Holy moly, that's a lot of armor. Okay. Yeah. No, we did a build like 2 days ago, right? And the frame rate was at least double what I'm getting now. We could do another build and see how it changed. Okay. What level am I on? Okay, this is kind of a problem. I didn't really realize that, but I should give some hint in here to the player, you know, what level are we going to go to, what level are we on, etc. Okay, let's try. Okay, you can go. Let's put him in the spa again. I want this chicken to be super well rested. Oh, it's the boss. Okay, well, go figure. I don't think the boss is that difficult. I also don't have a health bar for the boss. Should put that in. Yeah, look, he's already calling his reinforcements. You know, we'll just continue with the Robin. Yeah, the game itself is way more difficult than the boss battle. Okay, he called for reinforcements again. Let's get the chicken out there. Why do you do this, man? Don't take out... You should take out your crossbow. Okay, so somewhere with the sequencing of the transitions or something, he forgets to take out his crossbow and, you know, put away his hammer. And then you get this. Oh, here's a bug. Okay. Interesting. I have so many bugs still left to fix. Let's just kill the boss. Ah, we got him. Yes, like it. Nice. Finish the game. Okay, so we got quite a few things to fix up. Okay, but I think I'm somewhat... okay, let's go take the crocodile quickly and just give him... let's just see. 'Cause I think the ragdoll is applied to him by default. Yes. Oh, well, it is, but it also isn't, because the main body isn't the proper main body. Okay, we need to still fix the crocodile, it seems. He's not set up correctly anymore. Okay. I kind of forget what was next. Yeah, now what was next? UI? Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's write down the bugs. I'm gonna forget them, aren't I? Yeah, look at this guy. He's probably some professional here. Okay, so stream. I think I have like a streaming to do. Yeah. Okay, fun and balance. You know what? Let's just get rid of this and put bugs. I think I actually have bugs here somewhere, but this list has just gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. Bugs and stuff. Okay, yeah, these were solved. Okay, but okay, so let's see. Which bugs did we notice? Okay, so the crocodile. I'm just gonna call him the boss, the boss, and the boss has many bugs. So some of them is needs UI for health bar, not taking out crossbow. Then his roar animation is bad. Actually, enemies spawn even when not called. Okay, so basically what that means is, initially I thought about the Yo, Damon, how's it going, man? Wait, how long have you been here? What are you talking about? I could... Twice as many? The only thing I got twice as many of is frames. Okay. Enemies spawn even when not called. Yeah, so because the idea was that you'll just face the boss and then he will have like a couple of phases, and when he enters a new phase, he lets out a roar, and then more enemies will flow in. Right, so that's the thing. Oh, and then the other one is character selection when reinforcements are called is not working as intended. Okay, so it works when somebody dies. It just doesn't work with that specific mechanic. Boss is very easy. Look, the whole game is kind of too easy at the moment, right? So the main problem is I haven't done any balancing. I just kind of put stuff in and tweak it a little bit so that it's workable. But like I've added, since the boss was created, I've added so many new things to the game that obviously has caused quite a bit of power creep for the characters, but it hasn't affected the boss. So I kind of either I'll have to buff the boss and nerf some of the new stuff, maybe a combination of both, right? But yeah, he's probably a bit too slow or something. Also, his attacks are not very AoE-ish, right? So there's no reason to attack him necessarily. You can just run away. So yeah, so we'll have to think about the boss loop a little bit to make him good, right? He's not good at the moment. Okay, so those are bugs noted with the boss specifically. I remember the other bugs were status effect visuals. Whoa! Ice Bear, hello. Thanks for the resub, man. I appreciate that. How's it going, Ice Bear? Yeah, that's also true, hey. I'm quite good at the game at the moment. I've spent quite a few hours in the game, so maybe it's easy for me, and then I give it to somebody else and they just die all the time. Status effects visuals not going away when enemies respawn. Right, so that's a problem. My morning is it's not bad. It's not too cold, and I'm getting some good work done. So I think I'm in a good place. Okay, so should be an easy one to solve. What else was happening? Okay, so those are the main bugs, and then let's just do a general to-do here. Like, honestly, this to-do list is a bit of a mess, but anyway, we'll leave it like that. Okay, so a little bit of a to-do. What do we want to do? We want to change the spawning of new enemies in some way, right? I'm not quite sure what that is, so I'm going to leave it general. But essentially, right, we have this nice despawning animation now with them exploding into a little puff of smoke. But we don't have a good spawn animation or a spawn sequence or something like that, right? So that's something we need to do. Then I guess we need to fix our UI a little bit. So UI is always the thing. So we need to add some indication for next level, because I was literally at the boss level and I didn't know, because I forgot to check what wave I'm on the prior level. So, and I think most people will be in the same boat. Like you kind of don't really pay attention, and then you're like, oh, what's happening next? Who should I take? You know, what's the thing? So we should add a indication for that. We actually should also fix the pause UI, because that looks terrible. We need to fix the character selection at start UI, because that also looks terrible. Oh yeah, okay, that's true. So this is specifically the ranged. Let's just call him the frog. So we need a danger zone indication. So that's essentially where will the bomb fall. I also feel like the frog needs to be tweaked in some way. So I feel like the projectile as speed should be lower, and the frogs should be less frequent, or their attack speed should be less, or lower attack speed. I just feel like they take up a lot of the screen, right? They kind of overwhelm everything, and you can't even see where your character is. I think this is a UI thing specifically. Need to add a crosshair so I can see my mouse pointer. Right, that's important. Because currently my mouse pointer just disappears in all the chaos. Okay, so the frogs. Okay, so this is what we're going to do with the frogs. So what I'm essentially doing now is I'm writing the to-do list to for the demo. Okay, so we need to fix the spawn in, some UI stuff. The frog specifically is a bit of a bother. Okay, we have bugs. We'll probably expand the bug list, that's for sure. Okay, we already have... So I need to get the new levels imported. So my wife has created a bunch of new levels. I just haven't pulled them in. So I need to do that. So we need to add all the new levels in some way. Okay. I'm forgetting a bunch of things. I had a longer list than this. Okay, this might be for the trailer, actually. Yeah, this is the to-do for the trailer, if anything. Because, and you know what? There's been talk about a new enemy. Some kind of ranged enemy that doesn't blow up the whole screen. So if I reduce the amount of frogs, I might make the frogs more impactful, so they're more dangerous generally. But reduce, because I lose this ranged enemy, right? I might add another, like, smaller enemy that doesn't do as much as the frog. So then the frog and the Komodo dragon are kind of on the same level in terms of power and impact. And we'll have another ranged enemy that's maybe on the same level as our little lizards, right? Something you can... Well, give the player something to think about in terms of ranged enemies, without them blowing up the whole screen like the frog does. Okay, so but that's a lot of work. That little line of text does not represent how much work that will be. Okay, so let's get some of the bugs out of the way first, right? So I think this status effect visuals, I do believe I know exactly what to do there, so I can pretty much get that sorted right away. Let's actually go change our time tracker, because we kind of done with this ragdoll effect for now. Let's see how much time that I spend on this. 1,020 minutes. What is that in hours? Like, that doesn't mean anything to me. That is 17 hours for that feature. But it was a lot of faffing, right? I wasted a lot of time. So let's just do some other general stuff here. Start that timer. How much time did we actually... What are we up to in terms of time entries by project? Oh, geez, my wife's been messing up. Ah, damn. Yep. So she forgot to assign a project to a lot of her time. And she's done 8,000 minutes that are now not in the game dev project. Okay. So we are on 38,000 minutes. How much is that? That's about 633 hours. Huh. Wow. So we're probably easily over 700 because we don't always track our time, unfortunately. We forget sometimes. And also there was a time at the start of the game's development where I didn't have this timesheet thing going. So we obviously didn't track time then as well. That's a good chunk of hours, eh? I'm almost past my my playtime in Factorio. Jeez. Yeah. Yeah, that could be an issue. So if I jump between things and I look at this afterwards, I'm like, damn, it took me 20 hours to get the coin in the game. But actually, I started with the coin, then I got distracted, and I did a bunch of other stuff. Oh yeah, Ice Babe. That is a real problem, isn't it? Our good old Unity progress boss. Yeah, we don't want to think about those. Okay, so let's go to the status effect manager. So let's just see what this thing does. So obviously we have all our status effects. I should really do this differently, but you know, this is how it is now. Okay, so we got an update. Okay, technically I have this remove status effect, and it's called, let's see, it's called in the enemy manager, right? Yeah. And in the enemy manager it's called on death. So why would it not remove the status effect sometimes? It's also called when the wave ends. So we should be removing status effects. Always. So let's see, if we remove a status effect, we make it, we basically set our status effect to none. So we'll go in here and essentially we'll check. Oh wait, maybe it fails this if statement. No, I don't think it does. If status effect is none, yeah, no, it should be able to do this. So then it should set false all our visuals, but it doesn't. So poison, stun, bleed, and fire, but we just saw the bleed visual still being active. That doesn't make any sense then. Unless I reapply it somehow by accident. It doesn't make sense. Because we do set it to none. On death and on wave ended. Yeah, it definitely does have something to do with pooling, absolutely. Absolutely. But I mean, if you look at these, these are essentially death. It should be pooling. Okay, wait a minute. It might be this. It might actually be this. Now, okay, well, we do remove status effect. It's a funny one. Like, I don't know if it's... Is it characters that maybe were burning? So they were on fire. And then the wave ended, and they come back still on fire? Or is it characters that were on fire and died and then came back? I don't think it's the death one. I have a sneaky suspicion it's the wave ended. You know what we could do? We could just do this. Like, when they respawn, so this is when they come out of the pool and they get re-enabled. I could just remove the status effect then. Make absolutely sure it's not there. Now, this is a funny one to test because you kind of don't notice it necessarily initially. Like, it's something I noticed after a few rounds of gameplay. Then I'm like, wait a minute, this guy is still burning or still bleeding or whatever. So it's not straightforward to test. So I'm not just gonna go and test it right now. I'm gonna work with. I'm gonna be just assuming that did fix it. Okay, but we'll confirm it later when we do a little bit more, not brainstorming. To do. Okay, so for now, we've done something about this, but it's not necessarily fixed. But we can cross it off anyway. Okay, so our boss enemy, so he's got a lot of issues, right? I kind of have to dedicate a whole day or something just working on the boss. So we'll not look at that right now. Let's see. Okay, we could implement a spawn sequence for the enemies. We could also fix our crosshair. I think that's also a good one. I have no idea how to do that though. How do you change the appearance of your mouse cursor? That should be a quick Google though, so let's try that one. Google, tell me how to change appearance of mouse pointer in Unity. Let's see. Okay, to change the mouse pointer, blah, 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 blah. Cursor, set cursor in your scripts. Specifying the texture, hotspot. Oh. That's pretty straightforward, right? Ah, we can also set a default cursor. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So depending on where we are, we might want a normal looking cursor. When we are, let's say, in the menus, but then in the game we want like a crosshair or something that's very easy to see. Okay. Okay, it seems like it's pretty straightforward. Cursor.set cursor. So we give it a texture, a hotspot, and a cursor mode. I don't know how the hotspot gets determined. Oh, just 0. Would that just be in the middle of the texture or at the top left corner? Or the top right corner? Like, where's 0? In a... Yeah. Okay, but this seems pretty straightforward, right? I think so. Okay, so let's try in our project settings player, and let's see if we can find a default cursor to set up. Not saying this is the best way, but let's see what we can do. Okay, so project settings player. Oh, we can actually set the product name and stuff like. I was wondering where to do this because it's not called Chicken Night anymore, right? Okay, here we have an icon and a cursor. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so it's actually a good thing that I got here because I do want to change this stuff. So if we want just a default cursor, okay, we need to find a nice texture, but now so this will be my default pointer, I guess, right? So to replace the mouse pointer that I normally have. Ah, okay. Yeah. I'll just do set cursor, I think, random wallaby. But yeah, I could see that you could have some UI just following your mouse. Yeah, in later update. That might be something I want to do in the future anyway. But yeah, for now, I think we can just set up a cursor. And don't I have a nice texture for a cursor? That'd be pretty sad. I have all these UI packs, and you're telling me none of them come with a nice cursor. That would be pretty sad, I'm not gonna lie. And a lot of the icons look like this, right? So you can't even see what the hell they are. Because they don't really look this way, they just look this way in the preview. Oh, this is annoying. Maybe I should look in a different place. Yeah, because finding anything in this preview window is kind of bad. But let's just check while we're here. We're almost at the end, so I'm just going to try and push through. Oh, yeah, we have a bunch of flags and stuff. So when I do localization, that's a whole different thing that I need to go figure out. So I would ideally want the game to be localized in at least 2 languages, I think. Like maybe Chinese and English at the start, and then adding more languages as we go. Okay, I'm still not finding a cursor, so I need to go look in a different place. I might have just scrolled past it by now, right? That's the other problem. So, yeah. Okay, let's try a couple of searches. So we can do mouse. No. Point. No. Okay. Oh, IceBear, you also use UI elements. Oh, that's annoying. So you're telling me I could be using it in Unity, no problem, and then as soon as I do a build, it's like it's broken. That's always nice. Okay, let's go check some of my UI packs. We have to open up. Okay, let's just see where did I put this in my folders. My folders. Okay, so I have this one over here. Let me just drag it over. Right, so if we go here to demo, I guess. I don't know if this is gonna help at all. No. What am I doing? I'm in the wrong place. Screenshots, maybe. Let's just go through this. Okay, so this is kind of where I'm getting my stuff from. Oh, wait, this is for a mobile game? Ah, shit, so they're not going to have a nice... Yeah, they're not going to have a cursor, are they? They have nice icons, but... no good-looking cursor. Damn. Not even here. Oh, these are the ones that I can't actually see. Yeah. Okay. Oh, man. But yeah, no, I kind of see the problem here. So essentially, it's a mobile game, so why would they include a cursor in the pack? Let's check this other one quickly. Okay, I don't know what these are. I think this is also a mobile game. Okay, well. Well, then. Okay, so let's just select something so that we can see that it actually changes. I just want to do that at least. And then we can do set cursor for the rest. Okay, it needs to be something that's at least somewhat workable, right? We could do one of these. I guess that should be okay. It's not great, but it should be fine-ish. Yeah, I'll just use that for now. Okay, so the cursor hotspot 0, 0. I'm assuming that's the center point. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. I don't know what half of these are. Well, probably more than half. I don't know what any of these are. Okay, so these are the icons. This is the game icon, I suppose, eh? Oh, okay, that's cool. So we can actually change the... Okay. Splash image. Don't know what these are. I guess I need to come through here once in a while and then fix some of the stuff. So the icon company name, good stuff like that. GameIcons.net. They have some nice free stuff. GameIcons.net. I just wanted something for the mouse pointer. That's all. Pointer. Yeah, like your arrow cursor or... Cursor? They don't have a lot, do they? I don't know. These are pretty straightforward. I mean, I have this one already, right? That's fine. I just wanted to set it to something. So actually, when do I see this? If I play the game now, will it change it to the default? Failed to set the cursor because the texture was not CPU accessible. What the hell does that mean? How exactly is that a thing? Okay, let's try again. Project settings player. So my cursor is not CPU accessible. Does anybody understand how that could happen? Okay, let's just try something else then. Let's try a CPU accessible cursor. I'm just gonna scroll through here quickly and just grab something that could kind of be expected to work. Something like a... maybe just a sword. What? Was not CPU accessible. It keeps telling me this. Oh. How is that a thing? Okay, somebody smarter than me. Tell me what's happening here. None of these I click on are CPU accessible, apparently. That is the weirdest thing I've seen in a while. Yeah, look, it keeps giving me the same error no matter what I click on. But I mean, these are my textures, aren't they not? Are they not? I'm using them in the game. So what is it on about? Oh, is there a way to set the import settings? I thought since it kind of just allowed me to select those, that they work. Okay, so maybe if I want Corsair 046 to work, I need to import the texture as a cursor. Ah, okay, I see. Thanks. Thanks for letting me know. I see. Okay, so now it's a cursor. If I apply it, then Crosshair 046 should work, right? So if I select Crosshair... What? Oh, it's a crosshair, not a crosshair. 046. Okay, so which one was it? Was it you? No. Was it you? No. Was it you? No. Oh, yeah, no, this is... Which one did I just change? Do you guys know? Because I don't. Texture 2D, texture 2D, texture 2D. They all call themselves the same thing. Okay, this one is a cursor, right? So it should work. That is the cursor one. Ah, that's so annoying. Oh, it just changes the... Okay, there we go. Okay, so we got a new cursor. Okay, so I'm assuming... Okay, it's not amazing. It kind of misses sometimes. So if I click to the bottom, it's fine. If I click to the top, it misses. So that's probably... Oh yeah, no, that error message was definitely not very informative. Okay, so now the next thing I guess is we need to set the position of the cursor. So if I understand this correctly then, from observing that behavior, the cursor hotspot shouldn't be 0, 0, right? So if we look at this cursor, it is a 64 by 64. So if I want to put it in the middle, do I do 32, 32? That would be the center. Because the hotspot was currently, I guess, in the top right corner. This would be the center if it's a 64 by 64 image or texture. Or is this an absolute value? So it should be 0. Is it like a 0.5, 0.5, and 1, 1? 1, 1 would be bottom right. Who knows, right? It's not like they tell me. I could probably have Googled this. Well, let's see. Set cursor. Okay, so we set the hotspot. Okay, oh, that's okay. But Okay, they just define it as 0. But what exactly? The offset from the top left. This must be in the bounds of the cursor. So top left. Okay, so I'm right with the top left idea. The bounds of the cursor, would that be based on the size of the cursor? So in this case, it is going to be correct. I mean, within the bounds, if it was just a percentage or a float, what would bounds mean, right? Bounds wouldn't mean anything. Yeah, bounds of the cursor. So if it's always just a float, as in a percentage, then I think it's pixels. I think it wants you to give it the pixel offset. So let's go with pixel offset. So I set it to 3232. Okay. I don't know. Did it update it already? So let's see. Previously, if I clicked like that, it didn't work. Now it does. Yeah, because that would technically now be outside the top half. Would be not in the button, but now it is in the buttons. And if I click like that, it's not there, because if I click like that, only once the center crosses. There we go. Okay, this is a terrible cursor though. So yeah, this doesn't do it for me. But anyway, we're at least getting familiar with the basics. Yeah, we can fix this later. So you guys are saying that I need to go into, what am I doing? No. UI. I need to open up my game playing UI. And essentially when this UI is shown, right, I need to have a way of setting my cursor to be something else. Fantastic. So you need to follow your cursor. So immediately what I think is create a new script called cursor. Because we're going to run a few things that I don't really want to. So I'm just going to call it a UI script. For crying out loud. So UI. Yeah, you know what, UI toolkit, whatever. Well, it doesn't really matter anyway. So we create a new mono behavior script, call it the cursor. I don't know, I'm not good at naming scripts. It's called the cursor now. And the cursor should be placed on our UI manager within the level prep. Specifically at the moment. It might be nice if I could use this in many different places. Maybe I just put it in the UI manager itself. Right. And then I always use... oh, wait. Yeah, we can use cursor.set, right? So the UI manager should know nothing. It doesn't really show or know anything, to be honest with you. It doesn't know which UI is currently being shown most of the time. Yeah. Okay, so I should keep track of which UI we are in. I guess we could create an enum here, right? Public enum. Enum, call it I don't know, shown UI. Okay, so we either have none or we can have game laying. Right. Or we could have pause menu, character level up. Then it's level prep. Those are the main ones I think I have at the moment. So it's the character level up, level prep, pause. Yeah, those are the only ones in the game. And then the game playing one as well. So we could check which one we have and we can change the cursor based on that. Does none make sense? No, it doesn't. It does not make any sense. Okay. And then we can just do a public shown UI like that. And essentially in each of these scripts, when I show them, I should change the shown UI. Okay. There. You know what? I feel like I need to close a few of my scripts here because it's getting a bit much, I'm not gonna lie. So let's just close a few of them. Let's close all of them that I don't think I'm gonna be using right now. Let's close all of them except for, I guess, the UI manager, honestly, and then we can open some new ones. Extra comma. Oh no, it allows these extra commas. I think that's a C# thing. It doesn't care. you can leave it there, you don't have to leave it there. It's fine with the trailing comma like that. I think. Well, I've never had a problem with it, so I'm assuming it's fine with it, right? Okay. So now our UI manager at least gets an idea of that. So let's open up our game playing UI and see. Okay, so on enable, essentially we want to, well, not on enable actually. We want to, when we show this UI, we want to go or manager. I don't know what I call it. Maybe it's UI manager dot show UI equals this one is the game playing UI. Okay, so we change it like that for gameplay. Okay, and then for the pause menu, do we have, okay, yeah, UI manager dot shown UI equals pause menu. Okay, then we go over to our character level up. So unfortunately we don't have many of these. We just found this, find the show function. Okay, so here we go. We show it. UI manager. No, I didn't call it UI manager, did I? Yep. I did not. You are the character level up screen. So change it to that. And then finally, level prep. Oh, it's my alarm. I need to wake up and go to work. Okay, level prep UI, when it's shown, then we sort it, right? And then that's everything. Damn, this is a terrible, this UI is insane. Okay, but anyway, hide UI, show UI. I'm just going to do it at the top. Did I call this one manager as well? Yeah. Shown UI equals, this is level prep. Okay, there we go. So now we have the screens. If for some reason we need to know about all of them, we don't necessarily do, but at least we do now. Okay, so on the UI manager, then I add the cursor. Okay, so we can open this script as well. Okay, I didn't like that I clicked on it while it was compiling. So let's just let it compile. Okay. Alright, so what do we want to do here? Essentially, change or let's say we have a function, public void, jeez, public void change cursor visual. I don't know. Change cursor visual, right? So we run this change cursor visual. Okay, and essentially we wanted to do different things depending on what UI we have. Right, so we have the if UI manager dot instance dot not instant. Does this thing, is this not a singleton? Ha, it's not. Okay. Do I want to make it a singleton just for this? No. So we'll just do a serialized field private UI manager. Call it the UI manager. You know what? Let's just call it the UI manager. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we just grab the UI manager dot shown UI. If it's equal to the game playing UI, all right, we do something with it. So the function is cursor.set, right? According to this thing, cursor.set cursor to something, right? So we just need to get the textures. Okay, so we'll need a serialized field of some sort here. Private texture. It's just a texture 2D, or can I make it a cursor? I can make it a cursor. Is a cursor a type? What is this? What is a cursor? Oh, it's this thing. Woo, damn, that was stupid. Okay, so we want a texture. Okay, wait, and now I'm completely texture 2D, right? Okay, cool. Texture 2D. So this would be the base cursor texture, and then we can also have another one, and we can call this the crosshair. Crosshair texture. Okay. Okay, so crosshair texture and a base texture. Okay, so if change cursor texture visual happens, and we so happen to be in the game playing UI, we want to do cursor dot set. No, we don't want to. We want to do set cursor. Wait, what? Am I dumb now? Cursor dot set cursor. Yeah, no, it is cursor dot set. Oh, I see the problem here. I see the problem. My cursor class is named cursor, so this should be like cursor manager. I accidentally took the cursor name. This is my bad. Okay, so we want to set it to the crosshair texture. Right, the hotspot. Now, this one's a bit complicated because we kind of want to set it. So if we know what's cursor mode, I guess I don't really need that. Oh, we do need a cursor mode. So what is, generally speaking, cursor mode.auto? All right, cursor mode, auto. Okay, so this vector, we just need to figure out. So it shouldn't be in the top. So we need this to be pixel. So I'm not sure if, do we have, so if we take our crosshair texture dot size, can we get sizes for this thing? Get pixels. I don't know. So if we can, it's not get size. What size does this return? Texture 2D dot size. Texture dot width, texture dot height. Ah, okay, that's pretty nice actually. So then we can just do texture 2D dot size, and if we multiply it by 0.5, oh wait, I need to... Yeah, we can do that. So we get the size of the texture multiplied by 5, so we get to the center of the texture. Because a crosshair is typically, you need the center, right? Now, maybe we don't have the center because our crosshair might be something else, but for now that makes sense. Okay, so if it's this, then we set it to that, and we just return. Otherwise, what we'll do is set it to the base texture, I guess. So this would be the base cursor texture, and we don't do the size. We just say vector to dot 0, I think. Cursor mode is auto. Okay, so just something like this, and in our UI manager, we'll get a public reference to our, well, do we want to make it public? We don't have to. Serialized field. Okay, wait. We do. We do one of these. Oh. Can I please just type serialized field? We grab our cursor manager. Cursor manager. Right, and it's a private cursor manager. Okay, and all we want to do is, okay, so this is, you want to get set. It can be gotten whenever. Okay, but setting it, I actually want some code to run. Specifically, whenever we set our shown UI, we want a cursor manager dot change cursor visual to run. Right? Do I need a... Oh, set value. Actually, I don't know. Okay, so when we get, yeah, I don't know, this is, I'm just setting up a property. We return show m underscore show UI. Okay, so that's what we do over there. And then when we set, we do m underscore show UI equals value. Okay, so whenever we get it, we just return that. And when we set it, we also run the change cursor visual, just in case. Oh, you can change the hotspot in the image settings itself. That's actually pretty useful. So when I have a cursor, so if I use any of these ones, let's say, I don't know, let's just say I grab something here and I set it as a cursor, I should be able to set the hotspot, right? Did I set the hotspot? I don't think I did. Okay, so let's just get a... Ah, damn it, now I don't have a cursor anymore. Okay, so I guess we're downloading this cursor. Okay. So now we have a cursor. Arrow cursor, we just stick it in there. Okay, so if we set this up as a cursor, in here you say there's a way of changing the hotspot. Don't really see it. Also, now that I look at this thing, it seems quite big, and that is not actually the center point. Well, let's see what this does, right? Let's see what this does. Okay, so we will grab our base cursor texture there. We'll put our UI manager in there, that manager in there. Okay, so that all works. Now our crosshair texture, we don't actually... okay, so let's just grab one again. Yeah, I don't actually know where the hell this even is. Let's just get whatever, right? I'm kinda don't even care. Okay, let's open it up over here. I'm gonna have to find proper textures anyway, right? Because the ones I have are kind of bad. So let's see. What about icons? Equip icons. No, they're kind of bad. Item icons. Yeah, item icons might be okay. Let's use something from here. Yeah, they're not great either, to be honest. They don't jump out at me. What are these? Oh, these are the Pictocons, but I can't see them. What else do I have? I have this Kenny crosshair pack. Oh, and that's probably where all these crosshairs come from. Yeah, that is where they all come from. Okay, so let's just like take this one. Make it a cursor. Apply. Okay, so now what I want to do, I want to go here, and then I just want to grab it, stick it in there. Okay. Oh, you can do that? You can just change them at runtime? I thought that would break. But I don't like any of these, right, to be honest with you. I think I'm gonna go look for a nicer one, or maybe just get one made. Right. Yeah, I'm making my piece. These are not the cursors I'm gonna go with. I also don't know what this cursor is gonna do, to be honest with you. Okay, that is the ugliest cursor in the world. Okay, so textures are a little bit weird. I'm pretty sure they have an alpha. Okay, so this is my basic texture. My basic cursor. It's the ugliest thing in the world. Oh, and we actually use the top corner to click. So that black corner is for clicking. Okay. This is horrible, right? But let's see. Okay. That is working. I mean, it's not good. Yeah, this cursor is already much better, I must say, actually. Like, it is way more visible than the other cursors were. Okay, you're saying I should check the import settings for this thing. Okay, so right here, what do we want? What do we want here? What do we want? Compression, format, max size. Okay, you are a cursor. Advanced alpha is transparency. Unless this cursor doesn't have... Maybe it isn't transparent. Oh, from grayscale will set all black to transparent. Oh, is that a thing? Oh, that's pretty cool then. I'm gonna keep... I need to remember that. So now the other problem is it's not aligned to the side. So that would mean that these pixels are... it's clicking on that pixel, right? I want to click it on that pixel. Now how the hell do you fix that? It would be kind of nice if we could use a... Oh. Okay. So how do we get this thing to now click on the point of the cursor? Is it because it's... Shit. What does this thing tell me? Can this generator give me the... there's a lot of stuff you can do here. Oh, there's a lot of stuff here. Okay, but this isn't my problem. So my problem now is to get the hotspot, trying to get this point to be my actual point. What I could do is I could open this in an image editing tool. Edit. I don't know if this actually does anything. Auto crop borders. Apparently it cropped it, but I can't see because it's black on black. Edit. Okay, that could work actually. So now the point is exactly where it should be. Okay, now we're saving it. Oh, for crying out loud, where are we saving you? Okay, save it there, I guess. Yeah, that is quite a neat resource. Okay, so here's my idea. So I got the new one that I edited. So I basically just... Oh, now it's a JPEG. Ugh, crying out loud. Actually, does this take JPEGs? Can it take a JPEG? Did it now go into one of the folders there? Probably did. Okay, so this is now a JPEG. So let's see if we make this a cursor from grayscale. Wait, it's not cropped? Apply. That didn't seem to do anything. Open with, I know. Yes, I'm faffing about with the dumbest stuff right now, but anyway. Open with paint. Right? Then we could do this. Look at me, I'm such a professional. And then we can crop that. And we can save this. Okay, we've done it. Where the hell's my mouse? Okay, there we go. There's my mouse. Okay. So we can just delete this arrow cursor again. And now bring in the new one from Paint. There we go. That's what we want. Okay, there we go. Problem solved, right? Okay, cursor from grayscale, apply. There we go. That's exactly what we want. MS Paint to the rescue. Yeah, all this other stuff, a bunch of garbage. MS Paint does it again. Okay, so now we have a different arrow cursor. Wait, is that the one? Yes, it is. Okay, cool. Okay, and I'm curious to test what you guys were saying about this working within Unity, but then actually when you run the game, if you run a build, it doesn't. That's an ugly ass pointer. Why? Why is it distorting it like that? Oh, this thing is terrible. What have I done? Okay, but we're gonna keep it like that. Oh. It needs to be a square texture. Aha. Aha. Yes, I believe you guys are correct. Okay, but I'm gonna change that one anyway. I'll just keep it for now. It's funny enough. Okay. So this works well. Let's export the game. Let's make a bold one. Why don't we? So let's just change this to 30. File. Okay, so edit. Is it file? No, it's bold profiles. So I think I can just do a bold here. Okay, so this is bold 5. I like building the games. It's my new... No! Compiler errors. Whoopsie. Compiler errors. All these scripts are fine. What compiler errors? How do I find these now? That's kind of annoying. Because I can play the game, which means it compiles and plays. But I have a compiler error when I want to make a proper bold. Like, I don't have errors here. And everything should theoretically be compiled. Okay, anybody have an idea how to find a compiler error that you can't find? Oh, wait. There's more than one error. Maybe I can find it. OS X bold? What is OS X? Okay, but let's see. I see there might have been... Ah, here we go. Texture 2D does not contain a definition for size. What? It worked. That's annoying. It did contain a definition for size. Okay, yeah, Apple, but I'm not trying to build it to Apple, fortunately. That's so funny. So it works within Unity, but as soon as I try... Okay, so this is just 64 by 64. So if I hard code this vector, or this just as a new vector 2, 32 by 32, that's not a problem. Like, Unity knows what to do with it, but apparently when you try and compile that, that's not a thing. When you try and build it, it's not a thing. What am I saying? Okay, let's clear that again. Well, we could do a build and run, I guess. Yeah, I don't think I build on Apple right now. I only have Windows builds. Honestly. Can we even build on Apple? Oh, I could do texture width or texture height. That's true. Actually, that is what size is supposed to return. Texture.size was supposed to return that to me. So you can build for Apple, but isn't Apple notorious for not being able to run games? I know that's always a problem with Linux, right? So Linux, you couldn't really run games on Linux. It's obviously changed quite a bit since the last time I did anything with this. Okay, so I have the dumb, the little stupid crosshair in the menu. But okay, let's do this. Chicken. Duck. Owl. Robin. Okay, so I'm still stuck in the past. Ah, okay, cool. Okay. I have my shitty mouse, you can see, so it worked. There's my bad mouse. Everybody can see it. It's there in full display. And there's my crosshair as well, so I think this is going to work fine. And I'm getting a good 100 frames per second at least, more or less, and that's with Unity running in the background and all the other nonsense that I'm doing in the background. Wow! Why did it drop so significantly there? Is that the rune? Does the rune drop your frames that much? That's ridiculous. Okay, maybe I should just shop a little bit here. Unlock the chairs at least. That's ridiculous. So let's try that. So 140. Huh. Well, these runes somehow accidentally very resource intensive. I mean, I'm not here trying to claim that I'm some professional developer that can optimize all my games perfectly, but it shouldn't be that bad just for a little rune to spawn in. It might be because they're not pooled, right? I don't pool these, they just spawn. Ah, I could pull them, eh? That should be possible. Blah, 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 blah. Well, I hope it's not garbage collection related, because I have the... Well, I have pooling enabled, so that should help. But let's do this. We can play a little bit more, get to the later levels. Let's unlock the spa. Because we're going to need... I can just upgrade everything to max. Because I have infinite money. Okay. Let's see if we can't get to the later levels quickly. Oh, yeah. The profiler to figure out dumps. I said that in the best way possible. Yeah, but I mean... Yeah. But technically, if you have pooling enabled correctly, you shouldn't have many garbage collection problems, eh? Am I correct in my assumption there, or my understanding? Believe I am. Ooh, I want to get the new levels in the game. I think today I'm actually gonna spend some time on that. I'm gonna get all my wife's new levels into the game. I can't do it now because she's not awake. So when she comes out, we'll work together to get that sorted. Because this level doesn't look bad, but her levels look amazing. So we definitely want to get those in the game. Yeah. Yeah, putting a nuance all this. I think it's going to elevate the game quite significantly. Yeah, the issue is everything I don't pull, you're right. But I don't, what am I not pulling? That's the problem, I don't even know. Damn, this guy's going to regenerate stamina like nobody's business. I don't really care about that. Let's just So I'm pulling all the enemies, and with them all their effects, right? So all their effects are pulled as well, with the enemy itself. I'm pulling all the projectiles. I'm pulling coins, and I'm pulling sound effects. Is there something major I'm missing? Okay, obviously the runes are not pulled, but they are not... I mean, there's like 1 or 2 of them. Yeah, I think we can run all the way to the next level where we'll get some... what about these damage numbers, actually? So I use Damage Numbers Pro, or whatever, Damage Number Pro, or whatever the thing is, which is a add-on thingy for Unity. I think they handle the pooling, if I'm not mistaken. They built it into their system, so it's performant. Now I'm just trying to think, you know, what massive oversight I've had in terms of pooling. Like, is there something that's very obvious that I completely forget about? But I can't really think of anything. Ooh, Bloodwing Sigil. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, it's fine. Let's just continue like that. You guys can watch. The Robin will do all the work. Oh, I actually need to check. Okay, I need to pay attention to my cursor and see if it's easier to find. It's not really much bigger, but it is a little bit bigger, right? Okay, so this is kind of when it gets a bit... Oh, wow, look at that bug. Okay. Is that a bug, though? Okay, so what happened there is we had some amount of health, and then I reduced my max health. So when the health bar updated, I now have more health than I technically can. Maybe I leave it like that because it's a nice indication that the game's feeling smoothish. I don't know, yeah, it's dropping to like 60 frames. I think it might just be the sheer amount of stuff happening on the screen as well, right? I don't think that's pooling related. I think I just have too many enemies and stuff like that on the screen at a time. Which is kind of like, okay, let's see. I'm not gonna fight them. I'll just let them spawn in. Yeah, that's true, hey. 60 frames per second would be good. I mean, even less is fine as long as there aren't any spikes. Right? If it's there's a difference between a smooth 60 and a not smooth 60, right? Okay, so let's see. If we get carpet bombed, that obviously tanks the frames a little bit. But it didn't really go below. Let's kill a few of them, so we can get coins spawned in as well. So now the coins are on level as well, and they're glistening. Oh, coins seem to be bad. Yeah, so if there's a bunch of coins just lying around, they actually seem to have a much more negative effect than I thought. Maybe it's the little particle effect that I'm using to make them all shiny. I didn't expect that. Huh. So by introducing my nice little coins with their cool effects, I inadvertently made the performance worse. Like when I... Ooh. To cue destruction. Yeah, I've heard of that. So is that a problem with pooling? If I use a pool, how bad is the effect of the destruction? Is it really that big an issue? Oh, Brody. Sorry, man. I hope you're still there on YouTube. I had a menu, a window open over top of my YouTube chat for some reason for the longest time, and I didn't realize. Sorry, man. But hello, if you are there, I hope you're well. Yeah, no, something intense does happen when they die. Good day, K. Alice. K. Alice. K. Alice. I don't know. You tell me. So yeah, there is something a little bit heavy happening, right? If you think about it. So it's all the death animation stuff happens, but that's not a problem. I think when the coins spawn, right? So you have a bunch of coins that need to be that spawn in from a pool. They are pulled. Then they move a little bit and they glow. I'll call you K. Nice. Okay. Perfect. So I think the coins. I think also just the visual effect of the coins is more expensive than I thought initially. Okay, so let's try another level. We're gonna have to take somebody else because the ranger is kind of beat up now. Nobody else I think will be able to do this, but we'll try with the chicken. Yeah, what about... Okay, so let's just see. So you'll notice... Ah, jeez, okay. The chicken can't even kill that totem. This is bad. This is going to be bad for the chicken. This is very bad for the chicken right now. Mr. Chicken, you've been not leveled enough. You're not made for this. You don't have any damage. Why do you do three damage? Okay, let's just get them off our backs. Yeah, so as long as there's not a ton of coins on the screen, it seems to be okay. Like, even all those bombs, it doesn't really tank anything. Damn! Okay, that was a bit of a tank. I mean, who knows? When I close Unity in the background, maybe I get an extra 10 frames as well. I think these coins are a bit more costly than I thought. Yeah, I think it might be the particle effect. It's more expensive than I anticipated. Okay, let's just get the Robin out there. Whoa! Oh, you got blocked. Your Twitch got blocked, Brody. Well, it's fine, hey? You still got good old YouTube. Okay, let's make the knight stronger. He was a bit sad. Okay. Now again, I don't know which level we are going to, but let's just... Yeah, I'm convinced. It's the coins. I think the coins are expensive to render. Okay, so obviously this bird is ridiculous. This is the ridiculous bird right now. A slow zone. Yeah, watch this. As soon as I have a significant amount of coins on my screen, the frames are bad. It's like if I go here in the corner, away from the... the levels themselves might also cause a bit of a problem. But I think just the sheer amount of coins... Yeah, look out. Ooh. Ooh, picking up the coins is even worse. Ugh. Yeah, that's by far the most... Who could have guessed? Yeah, because all those particle effects are moving. And they are playing sounds. Yeah, so the amount of objects that we actually have Being transparent. Yeesh, like this game's getting quite intense. Okay. Shall we call it there? Main menu. Exit. Okay. So that was actually a build, right? You can't wait to play this, Ice Bear. I can't wait to have you play this. Honestly, I'm super excited. I think this game's... I'm kind of enjoying it. And, you know, I've already spent thousands, probably, well, hundreds of hours, maybe a couple, maybe 1,000, in the game. I think for somebody else to play it, it'll still feel fresh. For me, it's kind of... okay, this is a... Okay, these are other... Obviously, I didn't run the game here, right? I was running it. But we can run the game here, so let's run it here, and let's see if we can figure out... So, obviously, the frame rate's way worse in... Oh, you know what we could do? Let's actually not do this. Let's do this. So, I'm just going to try something. So in our test level, right? So right here, what if I just made like the test spawner, I just add a coin spawner here. Right, we get the coin prefab. No, we need to get it from prefabs. I can't do this. Let's see. Let's see if we can just make this thing spawn 1 million coins quickly. And see what it does to the frames. Without any enemies, right? Without any enemies. Prefabs. Where the hell would I have put the coins? Other? Coin. There we go. Okay, so in my test spawner, we just drag a coin over there. Okay, so let's see how can we make it spawn a few coins. Okay, so we just have to call spawn coin with an amount. Okay, that's not so bad. And it gets... Oh, it uses the position and the rotation of the thing it's attached to. Okay, well, let's see how that works. So let's take our test spawner. We're gonna break the... This is the thing where I just break stuff, right? Yeah, game object instantiate and destroy are expensive. You're right. Fortunately, I don't use them. Right, if you look at the coin spawner, I use object pool manager spawn object. Why? Because it's pooled. Okay. So let's do a boolean. Boolean spawn coins. Right, and we want this thing to have a public reference to the coin manager. So we'll see how this goes, right? And then we want coin manager dot no coin manager. Oh wait, okay, yeah. On update, let's do it on update. On update, if spawn coins. We want to do coin manager dot spawn coins. Is it? No, I can't remember. Spawn coin, yeah. What do you mean? Oh, it's not a coin manager. It's a coin spawner. Coin spawner called coin spawner. Okay. So we can spawn coin. Let's do 1. You know what? Let's do 3. Okay, so this is going to be ridiculous, but you'll see now. I create particles that aren't pooled. That is correct, but I don't understand exactly how to pool particles. Right, so let's just examine the coin, right? If we look at this coin, there it is, right? So what you're telling me, this is the thing that I pool, right? I pool this coin, and I have hundreds of them. So it's obviously got this particle that it plays, right? And it looks very nice. Are you telling me that the little things that are popping out at the sides here, the particles, each of these are not pooled? Right? The particle system is pooled with the coin. I assume that Unity, if it knows that it has a thing like this, it should, because this is their particle system, it's not mine, it's not something I made. Shouldn't they have made their particle system in a way that will allow it to continuously reuse particles in a clever manner? Okay. Yeah, so if the particle system is created and destroyed frequently, I can completely understand. But the particle system is not created and destroyed. It is created once at the start. And then, okay, so all that happens when the coin is picked up is I just put it back into the pool. Right, so I just return object to pool with my object pool manager. So return object to pool, all that it does is it changes the parent, so it puts it into the thing where it needs to go, right? And then there's just some checks, but apparently, basically it just sets the parent, which is the pool. Let's just check, return object to pool. Yeah, that's fine. So we set the parent, pool.release gets called. So I'm not entirely sure what release does, because release, this is the object pool system within Unity. So this is the Unity engine pooling system. I just know release is the thing that you call when you've released something from the world. You allow them to go into the thing they have to go to. So we make use of some of Unity's pooling, and then so there's some things that I just don't know what they actually do because it's part of Unity's pooling system. But that's the idea. So we just add it back into the pool. Okay, so let's see. What was I doing? What was I trying to... Oh, I was trying to make a coin spawner work. Righto. So let's see. My test spawner should now have a coin there and there. Coin spawner. Let's just grab it and slap it in there. Then can spawn if spawn coin. So if I make coin spawn true, it'll start spitting out coins, right? So let's just test and see whether this is in fact the problem. We'll go to our test level. We'll make our levels nice and long again. And let's give it a play. Okay, it doesn't really matter who we take. We're not going to fight anything. Okay, so nice. Wow, this frames are all over the place. Okay, but technically if I grab my test spawner now, right, let's go to it in the scene. Okay, so there's my test spawner. If I tell it to spawn coins, okay. Okay, so this is expensive, right? Okay, so this would be the first spawning of the coins. Damn, I made a lot of them. Okay, so spawning those coins were expensive. I completely see that. Why? Because they were not pulled yet. So that spawn was terrible. Look at my frames. It went down to 5. Okay. Now, I don't know how many I spawned. We started with 5,000 coins. Let's go pick them up and see. I think I spawned a few million. Maybe I shouldn't spawn that many. Okay, I spawned 5,000 coins, apparently. Yeah, the frames should have gone back up if it was only a pooling problem. Exactly. But it's not only a pooling problem. I think those coins are expensive by themselves. So let's just go check the coin pool and see if any of them are still here. Okay, so a lot of them fell through the floor because I think my spawner was... Okay, it's not a lot of them, it's just a couple. Okay, so they shouldn't be affecting us too much. Okay, so let's just spawn in a bunch more. So let's just do spawn coins. Okay, look at our frames, 40 frames with that amount of coins in the world, and that is not a ridiculous amount of coins. Like, how many is that? That's like 500 coins. You could easily get 500 coins. Yeah, okay, it was like 700 coins. What we could do... Okay, let's change it up a bit. So let's go to our spawner. No, man, that's not what I wanted. I want to go to the script. Okay, so it spawns 3 coins at a time. So we can count coins. Public int coin count. We'll see if this works out for us. No, just coin count. Okay, so if spawn coins and coin count less than 500. Let's do less. Okay, wait, no. Let's make it 600. Okay, so we spawn 600 coins at a time, less than equal to 600. No, less than 600, then we can spawn coins. And every time we spawn a coin, we do coin count plus equals 3, right? Because we spawn 3 coins. Okay, and then else... Well, okay, so that's the one thing we can do. And if well, actually, we could do an else here. Let's just do an if. So if we have not spawn coins and coin count greater than 0, let's just set the coin count equal to 0. Okay, so I'll just do that. So it's a dumb one, right? But it's fine. Yeah, I don't think it's the coin itself. I think the game object as the coin isn't the problem currently. I think it might just be... I think it might really be the particle effect. But okay, now we can be a bit more precise. So now we'll spawn in 600 coins exactly every time we click on this. So if spawn coins, coin count less than 600, and then we can do something like if. So we can make it switch off. So if coin count is greater or equal to 600, then we do spawn coins equals false. Okay, something like that. Very straightforward. So it'll switch off every time. I don't know if it's actually going to do 600 coins exactly. We'll see. We'll see what it does. Might spawn a few extra. But now we can exactly know how many coins we have. And we can quantify the effect of the coin more clearly. Okay, so here we go. If I click spawn coins. Okay, so it's spawning, it stopped. That is 600 coins right there. My frames are 23 at the moment. That's bad. Okay, we can run over it and see if it's really 600. It was like 1,600. And look at my frames, back to 230. Okay, now if I spawn the coins again, it shouldn't drop because of the pooling. Yeah, look how they spawn in way smoother. But I still end up with like... Okay, so I'm doing something weird because I spawn 1,600 coins instead of... So I spawn about... Okay, whatever, that's fine. Anyway, what invoke is cost to me when you pick up coins when they get released. If you can call the method more directly, it would be good to do so. Look, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but the problem is not spawning the coins. It's not picking up the coins. It's them just sitting on the ground. Like, I'm not invoking anything at this point. They just sitting there glistening. And it's terrible, right? Like, if I pick them up, like, look at that. My frames now went up to 30. If I pick up a few more, right, now I'm at 40 frames. And it's not actually, just picking them up doesn't cause a massive frame drop. Picking them up seems to be quite good. Yeah, okay, I can move off the screen. Actually, that's a good point. Let's do that. Ah, damn it, my bad. Okay, so we got about 23 frames. If I move away, 230. So now we got... So it's a rendering thing, right? Obviously, I'm doing stuff now, so my frames are now up and down. But now I have no problems, really. Okay, looks like these items are also terrible for my frames. But if I go back to... Yeah, no, look at that. 27. You think so? It's overdraw. Drawing transparent objects. How do we know if that is what is happening, though? Is there a place we can look for that easily? Okay, so one thing we could try before we do that, maybe I'm gonna open up this coin, and I'm just gonna disable the particle system. Okay, particles are nice, but if they are that expensive, I don't want them. There might be a different way of getting the glow effect to be nice, to work nicely. Okay, so let's just play without. So how do we find transparent objects? Well, how do we know that that's the problem? I don't think they are transparent. But, okay, that doesn't mean anything. Okay, so we can spawn the coins in. So we get a frame drop. That's the pooling problem. Okay, as soon as they're done, frames go back to 200. Great stuff. Okay, obviously we have... these things get a massive roll to them when they spawn, hey? Okay, so let's walk over. So now, without the particles... Oh, they're ugly. That's some ugly coins right there. I didn't know the particles made such a big difference. Okay, we can spawn some more. Okay, so it might be both overdraw and potentially the particles. So without the particles, we're at least getting hundreds of frames. Right, let's spawn some more. Okay, so obviously now we are not spawning from a pool because the pool is empty. Wait, where am I spawning them now? I don't know. I moved my spawner somewhere. Okay, so that's still not great. So let's start investigating the overdraw problem. And then we can put back the effect if we feel like it. Yeah, Brody, I just did that. That's why they look like... I don't know where I moved this thing to. So I moved this spawner somewhere, and it's making coins in a place I don't know. Okay, let's just let it reset. Okay, now it's there. It may help to turn alpha clip on the coin material. You reckon? Okay, spawn in coins. Obviously it tanks our frame rate because... Okay, but now we have a nice 150. Yeah, we can spawn some more coins. Spawn some more coins. It could also be physics. You know, how can we... Okay, let's see. What does the profiler do for us? Damn. Okay. It's doing something. I don't know how to use the profiler, to be honest with you, so... I don't know what any of this means. Okay, we have some spikes. Okay, now we have very high frames. I can stop this, eh? And then just look at it. Oh, look at that. I've never used the profile before. Let's see if we can make sense of it. So okay. So our frames. Okay. I don't know what I'm looking at. Okay, here's a very long... Am I looking at a specific frame? Oh, it seems like I am. Okay. So, but every frame is essentially around 6 milliseconds at this point. And if I look at this, if I understand this correctly, we have a bunch of... So if we zoom in... Okay, we have player loop. So this is things that editor loop. Okay, so the editor loop obviously gives us a bit of a problem. Okay, but here we could see, I suppose, why this specific player loop is 3 milliseconds. Right? This is a whole thing that you need to figure out. Okay, behavior update, event system. Particle systems. Is this like a hierarchy? So I'm assuming that this update loop is comprised of the particle system update, which is comprised of whatever all these things are. So it's a player loop, and the player loop is comprised of a bunch of things. If I take away... I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, show raw hierarchy. Whoa. Okay. Okay, so for this specific frame that I'm currently looking at, 45% is made up by the player loop, and from there, 32% is the editor loop, and then we have this flush counter. So I don't know how I know know how to deep dive into the player loop, because I assume the player loop is what I'm looking at. Oh geez, inverted. Okay, let's just try a normal hierarchy. Okay, so normal hierarchy. So this is all inside the player. So of the 40%, render pipeline manager to render loop is 20% of whatever the player wants to do. Interesting. I'm assuming if I go down here enough times, I get to the actual function that causes my problems. I don't know. This is a lot. Yeah, so if I keep drilling down, I'll be like, okay, cool. So this is 11%, and that is called scriptable. That's terrain manager. Trees. Okay. Terrain update splat properties. Okay, so it's not something I really have anything to do with. Can I search for a specific function? So if I search for coin, that does nothing. Interesting. Okay, so we can see our memory, our rendering. Okay, so obviously right here when we get a spike, that's obviously when something happens, like I picked up something. Oh, editor loop. Oh, the editor. As far as I understand, editor, that's Unity, right? I can't do anything about that. That's not my problem. That's Unity's problem. Okay, yeah, so if we get a spike because of the editor loop, that's okay. Yeah, and the player loop was still a reasonable 2-ish milliseconds. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what to do with this information right now. I'm Oh, I can run it with my build? Okay, let's clear it. Let's go. Guys, you have to bear with me here. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm out of my depth. All I know is my coins are breaking my game. So I only started the profile there after the coins were already in the game, which is kind of a problem. So, okay, let's okay, start level. How do I start the profiler again? Oh, record, right? Okay, there we go. Okay, so clearly it doesn't have any issues right now. Okay, we are doing hundreds of frames. Okay, now if I spawn coins, it's obviously going to tank because that's a lot of instantiates, right? So the CPU gets absolutely hammered, but then once the coins are there, it's chill. Okay, we can spawn some more coins. So we can clearly see spawning things is expensive, and that's why we do pooling. So we only have to pay that price occasionally. Okay, and it kind of gets back down to, you know, something that's a little bit more reasonable. Okay, that was me just enlarging this window. Interesting. Okay, so if I walk towards my coins... Okay, we still... Okay. Now, once they get into view... Okay, we can see... things are bad. Or worse, at least. Just having them in view. The rendering... Okay, so there's definitely something going on with the renderer. So you can see the rendering goes... Coins, bad. It significantly increases the calls. I'm not sure what batches are with the renderer, or what any of this means, but I can see that this curve goes up and down. Okay, we can stop that. We can stop recording. All right, so if we go back in time, can we go back in time? Yeah, I don't want to do that. Hello? How do I go back? Ah, for crying out loud. I want to go back in time when the rendering was a problem. Yeah, for Pete's sake. I might just be dumb. I think I am dumb. Okay. Okay, I've recorded this, right? So I want to go back. There's nothing to scroll with unless I need to zoom out or in, or I don't know what I'm doing. I imagine this is what my dad feels like whenever he opens Chrome. Oh, it only perform. Oh, okay, wait. I see what you're saying. I might have to. Okay, it might actually just dump that information. Okay, so let's try this again. So I'll run the recording. So I'll clear it. Okay, we'll go through all of this. Spawn the coins. We already know spawning coins is bad, right? That's not new. We can even move them over a little bit, and let's just spawn some more. And now we'll record and walk towards them and then stop. Okay, so we click record. We're like la 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 la. Okay, we walk towards the coins. We even pick them up. We stop the profiler. I think it can get more frames than what I just did. But okay, so we can clearly see increase in the draw calls. Is that what that is? Batches count, sets count, triangles, vertices. So all of that gets spiked a lot. So it goes from like 3,000 all the way up to, yeah, many millions. Okay, then obviously when I pick them up, that's a different type of issue. So if it's a rendering, so my scripts, physics is not the problem. Animation is not the problem. Oh, look at that garbage collector. Wow, okay. What is this? Others. So if it was just rendering and none of the other, it's the biggest group, but I don't understand what that means. That's not useful information. Okay, we can see this in a hierarchy as well. So this loop, yeah, okay, let's bring this up a little bit. Okay, so the player loop was 55%. Okay, so it definitely went up. And render pipeline was the majority of that. But again, why? Execute a render graph. There's just a lot of stuff here. Draw opaque objects. What do you mean, draw opaque objects? Ha! Okay. This is not helping me at all. Thank you for nothing, profiler. Like, I just don't understand what I'm looking at. Okay, but the particle effects definitely make a massive difference. And then here, okay, we have our mesh renderer. We have this proto yellow. I don't even know what material this is. It's just some random material that I have. Surface type opaque. Render face front. I mean, this seems like I can put on alpha clipping. Threshold 1. That would just make them disappear, right? Yeah, we can try alpha clipping, 0.5. Okay, we'll try that for the coin. Give it a play. 0.01. Okay, wow. So very low. I don't remember how that works. Is a lower number more clipping or less clipping? That would be more clipping, right? I don't even know if I'm asking that question correctly, so... Okay, well, let's just see what they look like. Nice. Okay, the renderer had to think about it for a minute. Is it just me? Okay, spawning in another 1,000 of them is obviously bad. Are those more frames? That's like 120. Okay, picking them up is obviously bad. That's just bad because it's the first time the sound effects play. So it had to instantiate a bunch of sound effects. Let's spawn some more coins. Okay, so they're moving around and stuff like that. So this does seem better. Oh, okay, so at 1, it doesn't draw anything. 0.01 is very small. Well, I mean, they look fine at 0.5. They actually look terrible, but it's fine. Oh, Project Auditor. Oh, I saw that's a new thing they got, hey? Brody. I think that's a new thing in Unity, isn't it? I remember seeing that somewhere. Analysis. It's not here. Okay, but that's okay. We can work on this again. Okay, so so my problem is, I think, you know what? I kind of remember this. I saw this in so Brotato and Vampire Survivors do this. Now that I think about it. So the way they handle some of this stuff is when there's a lot of coins in an area, they kind of fuse together into a more valuable coin. So you never have millions of coins in the game. You have like a bunch initially, and then they kind of become like they are a blue crystal, and then when there's like 100 of them in close proximity to one another, they kind of fuse into a red crystal. And then you only have one red crystal as opposed to 100 blue ones. And Brotato does the same thing, where they start with a coin, then they have a little they have like 5 different levels that they use. And I didn't realize it's such a big deal until now. So it definitely makes a big difference. I can obviously change the balance of my game in such a way as well to allow coins to be more valuable, so that I don't need to drop as many as well. That's another way I could go about it. Aha. I'm thinking about things. Okay, so we got, I mean, we somewhere. Let's see if I switch back on my treasure particle effect. Okay, let's restart this. I really like this effect. Okay, what if we take out some of the stuff? So, like, take out the circle. Or maybe we leave in the circle, because I don't think the circle is that expensive. What if we take out the particles and the flare? And they just look like this. We'll try it. And see how it looks. And then it's 8:15, so I need to go. It's a Friday after all. It's not like it's Saturday or anything. So we kind of need to get out of here. Okay, spawn 1,000,000 coins. Well, not 1,000,000. Okay, I know. Even just that listening, it looks pretty nice. But yeah, we lose a lot of frames. Unfortunately, it's still expensive. Like, if they're off screen, we like rocking 150 frames. As soon as they come into view, 30, 40. Yeah, so the particle effects, even reduced, are very expensive. They might be living far longer than they are visible. I mean, that's possible, but I mean, at the end of the day, it would be possible for there to be many coins in the level, right? Yeah, we can try simpler shaders and stuff as well. We could actually add an emissive shader so that the material has a little bit of a glow. And it's not... So maybe that's less expensive than a particle glow. I don't know, right? I would have to... I'm guessing at things here. I'll have to test. But guys... thank you so much for joining me today. I'm gonna let you go. Brody, it was... So the particles are definitely the worst offender. The coins themselves, also not great. But if we have naked coins, it's not half as bad. The particles make it way worse. Even a simple particle destroys the frames entirely. But anyway, have a good rest of your day, everybody. Those of you in the Far East, have a good evening. Those of you in the Far West, have a good evening. Those of you that live central in the world, like I do, your day has just begun, so have a good one. Cheers, everybody.